Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, November the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. And somebody in YouTube, if you can do the same thing for me, just let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thanks. All right, guys. So I had a problem with, I don't know if anybody else had a problem. I had a problem with my pre-market actives up. It was blank. The actives down were fine. I had to get rid of this and reload another version. I don't know if anybody else had the same issue, but anyway, WSHP, this was an IPO, I guess, on Friday. I don't really remember it. Big move right now. Up 88, not much volume, 53,000 shares. Not available for shorting for me at Interactive Brokers. SGML, hmm, direct listing. Thank you, Obi. Interesting. I'm not getting any, just give me a moment. Everything's in Spanish now in IB for me. Just give me a moment. Anyway, I can't see the reason for SGML with this big pop like this. Not yet, anyway. AMIX reports results from exploratory subgroup analysis on a POC study. Okay, so whatever that means, it's up 47%. It's slightly over $1 right now. Low float, 6.5 million in the float. ZZYME. So this is in a collaboration with Jazz. JAZZZZ is report positive cancer treatment results. So both Jazz and ZYME are up a lot. This is probably up more. This is up 36%. Let's take a look at Jazz. Jazz is up. Well, it's up a lot too. It's up 20. It's a lot more expensive. It's up 22%. So the other one, SGML, is up about 37%, but they're both up a lot. GLMD. Hey, anybody in YouTube? Am I mute in YouTube? Mics are on. I can see the mics are on. Stream looks like it's going. If not, I'll just shut YouTube down if nobody's there. Tait, TAIT. Proof of concept. Thank you, William. TAIT. This is thank you, Pepe. Okay. TAIT is trading lower after the company announced a voluntary delisting. So it's going to be delisting from NASDAQ. Quant stocks. Just give me a moment. This is not a quant stock, but Qubit, QUBT. This is a big one, guys. Big earnings play and blasting higher in earnings, up 15% almost. The 200-day moving average, 1325. So it has some room to the 200-day moving average. All right. They posted just $384,000 in revenue. The stock is surging. I guess they're being net income of 2.4 million. So I guess it's about okay. At least they have net income compared to a net loss of last year. primarily driven by a $9.2 million gain from a market of a derivative liability. So not really their business. Anyway, but there is Qubit. I don't know if I don't see any of the other quants following suit. Well, wait a minute. Oh, this is a nuke. SMR is a nuke. SSP, Scripps, Scripps, not an earnings play. Reminds me of the McGraw Hill last week. McGraw Hill just kept moving higher and higher. So this is okay, trading higher after Sinclair took an 8.2% stake in the company. So that is the reason for the pop for SSP. Medium float, 85 million in the float. News for this one, the JLMD announces top-line results from its oncology MOA study showing et cetera, et cetera. So um, positive PR, obviously, or at least the market's looking at it in a positive fashion. So that's the GLMD. This is a low float, 5.4 million in the float. You mean on my homepage? Yeah, it's a scan way down. You won't get the way I have it structured, you won't get anything until at least quarter to 9:45. Okay, doesn't work in the pre-market at all. You could get it working at 9:30 if you wanted to, but it is a scan. Yes, I just purposely delay it until quarter to 10. Let things settle down a little bit. So are you talking about? So are you talking about on my homepage? Okay, well here it is. Here it is, right here. Go down. Click on my homepage link. Go down to the scan section. Right here, gap continuation or reverse. Okay. RPTX. The RPTX. Don't see any news on it other than analysts downgrading it. I don't see any other news on it. So these guys, VCIG approved a special dividend. I guess that's the reason it's up. The market. What's the market going to do today? So we've had a little drift down from the highs, the pre-market highs. Little drift down, slightly negative. There are some earnings plays today. I'm very surprised. There are a lot of earnings plays today. These are companies that basically released this morning, which is before, well, now. But most of the time, when I see a lot of earnings plays, it means these are companies released after hours the day before. Not that many released on a Friday afternoon after the market closes. I'm surprised to see how many we've got. YMM is an earnings play. YMM is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. China stock. Yeah, YMM is gapping down on earnings. Yeah. South American airline, LATAM, LTM, is gapping up on earnings. Little gap up on earnings for LTM. China EV player, XPEV, gapping down a little bit on earnings. XPEV. Don't see any major bio that's gapped down, William. Well, not much volume. Beam is an earnings play. Little gap down on earnings. Not much volume yet. Yeah, so there's nothing up an amazing amount this morning. I mean, 80% is obviously a lot, but many times we see stocks well over 100% and several of them. We just don't see any today. Buy support. Well, last week's low, I don't know if that's going to be support, but last week's low was 660, 661 or 661 or so. I'm sorry, that last week's report is not that's the week before. So last week the low was 663, 664. So I don't know, maybe that'll be 663 was last week's low. I don't know if that's going to act as support. But yeah, it's starting to pick up a little bit of steam here. All right, guys. I'm just looking see if there's any ATNM and see what's this one doing. I'm looking to see if anything. I don't know what this HWM is with a minus sign. Howmet Aerospace, it's a word stock. Obviously, HWM is the stock. See if HWM is doing anything. And not really. Ah, man, you're a flip flopper, aren't you, Happy Fin fan? I want to see if any of the other ones are moving. QS. No, it looks like Qubit with their big revenue is the one, but it's fading now. It's starting to really fade now, guys. High in the pre-market was 1327, down to 1180 now. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, so the Dow was down quite a bit on Friday. SPY was off just a little. Qs were up a little. A little divergence in the market. So, want to take a look at XLE, see where it is. XLE, strong day on Friday, really. Closed near the high, well above now the 200-day moving average. Yeah, this is a big one, guys, in retail, It's still getting close to the 200-day moving average. Staples, I think, is still well below. Yeah, well below. All right. So I really think that's the only one that's below right now. Consumer staples. I'm going to take a look at materials. Materials. So consumer staples and materials below. By the way, the trade of the week is Lyft, LYFT. It's a suggested entry is above Friday's high during normal market hours. So that was Friday's high. Okay, so 2374 or so is Friday's high. Not available for short sale for me for a one egg or one G, ONEG, not available at Interactive Brokers. Not just they won't. Oh, wait a minute. Well, that's kind of weird. Maybe it was a delay. So there's 27,000 shares available because maybe it was a delay from the previous symbol. It said not available at all. Oh man, if you had shorts of this one, WSHP, if you had shorts on this one, We Shop Holdings. Well, if it doesn't get going again, AMIX, it's got some room to 130 anyway. What did it get up to this morning? It got right there. You can see that high right there is about 130. And this morning it got up to basically right to the penny, 130. So that's where it stalled right there. So for it to really get going, it's going to have to take that out again. But even if it did, then 135 is the next high. Yeah, if you look at this weekly chart, there are some, 130, 135, 140. So there's not, if it were a clear shot up to here, 265, this would be really something to pay attention to. I'm not saying don't pay attention to it, but be a lot better if it didn't have to get through these weekly highs, in my opinion. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of the my thumbnail charts from last week to see if there's anything maybe kind of interesting. Don't really see anything. Take a look at Stub. I want to see what StubHub does today. It was a beautiful short yet last week, but it did recover. I will say this: it did recover at the end, but it was a beautiful short down here, and then at the end, I was gone by then. That's when it had a nice recovery, actually. So you know what? It actually closed right near the high of the day. So you never know. It's only down 16 cents from the close of Friday. Why not put a price alert just over 15? It might have I'd have a little run in it. 1509. Next high is way up here, so ton of room. So the ZYME holding its own. Well, not really, actually. I have a big. Actually, it's not holding its own at all. I mean, I got up to $32, and it's down to 24 underneath the VWAP, in danger of breaking down below the wave. I don't see ONS anywhere. ONDS. I know it's an active one, of course. It must not be up at least 13%. The answer is yeah, it's only up 10%. So it's not making it into the top. You can always extend or have more symbols if you want. I've just decided to see the top 15, but if you're looking at my pre-market actives up and down, you can always expand the list if you want. So it's right at the high of Friday now, and then the next high is 752. Sorry, not 752, 832, and so it's got some room. Takes out that high of Friday. It's got a little bit of room. ONDS, not a low float. Secures an $8.2 million order from a European security agency. That is the news for ONDS today. All right, guys, I want to get the layout I'm going to use once this market, once 9:30 happens. All right, guys, just give me a moment as this loads. Hello, Maureen, and our YouTube. You are a YouTube to trading. Well, I can give you something you might be interested in. Drives me crazy. I do not. I always check the option not to have surfing, but it's things are overridden all the time now. Okay, just give me one moment. Just want to load a couple more things here. Okay, guys. So, Maureen, if you're new to trading, I'm going to give you a little something from my homepage you might be interested in because Trade Ideas, fabulous program, but it generates ideas. If you have no idea, when you click on an alert and you see the symbols loading into a chart, and you don't know what you're looking at, how to interpret it, then what I would do is this. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit where it says education, click on the more info, scroll down a little bit more. Back to basics, okay? There are 15 videos here. It's all free. So that's what I would look at, okay, before you do anything. No point taking out this program, subscribing to Trade Ideas, unless you have a clue about what you're seeing when you click on an alert and it's loading into a chart, okay? That's what I do. That's the first thing I do. All free. You can hang it. You can hang out in the room, see what we're doing. Also, of course, it's all free in that regard also. But again, Trade Ideas, fabulous program, but you have to have an idea about how to trade. So, guys, what we're seeing here, these are the top six now. Okay, the top six from that previous layout I had up and running. The pre-market act is up. These are the top six now. Have I talked about every one of them? I don't think I talked about PAX, PACS happening with this one. So just so PAX, I don't see any specific news on it. I always delay my stuff until I check. Yeah, I don't see any news on it other than they're just saying they're going to be releasing their third quarter 2025 financial results. But that's yeah, okay, fine. So I don't see any news on this. Anybody see any news on PACS? Had a sort of a nothing day on Friday. A low float, 39 million. Not low, but yeah, I don't see any news on this one. PACS. Not a bad spread, 1303. Market continues to move down, guys. Yeah, it was sort of down a couple of points now, 2.5 point, 2.3 point, 2.3 on the SPY anyway. Continuing to make a move down. ONS, well, we looked at ONS. I said it had to, there was some weekly resistance that I didn't like, but oh no, that was another one. That was a stock that was just over $1. Well, I mean, the high on Friday was 786. Had some news securing an $8.2 million order, but it's starting to drop now. So again, like anything else for me anyway, I've got to wait for the market to 9:30 open and see what happens. But the market's weakening. Okay, it's going to be tough to go long things, I think, even if they're more or less trading on their own. Less than a minute. Thank you, William. So let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. Typically, do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll let things settle down a little bit. Uranium play, UEC is gapping down for some reason. Can't get the link to work. When you say you can't get the link to work, what do you mean by that exactly, Maureen? When you click on my homepage link, this is what you should see. Are you not seeing this to start anyway? All right, guys, we're open. So are you not getting my homepage? Maureen, are you not getting my homepage when you click on that link that I put in? The guy's starting to get some now. Nothing will happen in this gap continuation or reversal scan until for me. Okay, well, I wonder why. 'Cause when let me click on it. I'll click on it right from your. I don't know what to say when I click on it. This is what I get. I'm not sure. Not sure why you're not able to click on it. This is what I get. It's definitely loading, so the link is working. I'm not sure how I can help you. The only other thing I can suggest is come into the main room. We have two rooms. Well, but we can't click on this, so maybe I can just give you the link. Yeah, but you can't click on it. I don't know. I'm sorry, Maureen. I don't know how to help you because I just checked the link. It is working. HPE guys, this is Hewlett Packard. I didn't see the reason for the drop. It might have been an earnings play, but it is not an earnings play. HPE, XPEV, we know XPEV is dropping. Earnings play from EV player from China. Pop-up comes up to report or block. Maybe you've got a you have a like a pop-up blocker, Maureen. I mean that might be it. That I can't help you with, of course. And from your browser are using preventing you from pop-up preventing pop-ups and things. CSIQ, which was actually positive, I thought. Okay, guys, now here's StubHub, STUB. Here's StubHub. But it did not. I thought maybe I was actually getting a little interested if it took up the high of Friday, but it did not. Um, oh, I see. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. So yeah, there were two streams. Okay. This is if you're looking at the little one here, that's for mobile. I mean, it doesn't. It's not going to work that well. If you can, this is more for if you have if you're working off a desktop. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. This one is actually worse for mobile. Okay. We didn't do it. Really interesting. And sorry, Shoe Palace. Welcome. Well, no, I'm not. I was looking at StubHub as a break over Friday's high, but it actually started moving down. So I'm just letting it go for now. ZIM, guys. ZIM is okay. And also, Metcalf, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway. Okay. I try to let things settle down. I'm going to miss ones that run right off the bat, but that's just the way I look at things. So, wow, ZIM shipping company, of course. The SPY. Okay, maybe we get a glimmer of hope here. Maybe the SPY will bounce. So there's the VWAP right there for the SPY, that purple line. Let's see what it does. Is it going to act as a resistance right now? and we had a halt. One egg just got one G just got halted. The POAS just got halted on the way down. And the SGML, now this was flying high, so this actually got halted on the way down also. So again, guys, I'm really just kind of waiting for my gap continuation or reversal scan to start giving us some alerts, okay? Now I have a time delay here, so I will not get anything until at least 9:45. That's Now if you don't want to do that, you can always change that, but that's what I'm doing. So lithium, guys, lithium. So LAC 518 is the next high. Yeah, I mean, if it got through 518, it's not bad. 545, 550 is the next high looking left on the daily chart for LAC. Well, this had earnings on Friday, TSSI, and obviously got this slam down. Look at that slam down. Trying to recover a little bit. The high on Friday was 10. Going to put a price alert there. This is shortable for me. So what I really want to see is if it gets close to that high and then gets rejected and starts moving down again. Just give me a moment. Okay, guys. Now ZYME is starting to fade, but it's starting to bounce back. This is a collaboration with JAZZ and on a cancer drug. But remember, it got up to $31 in the free market. Okay, $31 in the free market, and all the way back down to 23. So it's still underneath the VWAP. Still underneath the VWAP. This is shortable for me. When I say shortable for me, I mean I my broker is Interactive Broker, so I just look to see if there are shares available. Remember, your broker may be very different from mine in terms of short availability. Whoa, there's the Amex. Wow, did that ever? Too bad. I think somebody was in it and they got knocked out, and then it just stored on you. This is the one I was thinking might have a stall around the 130 mark. Look at this. So on the weekly chart now this is what I was saying. I mean, look at the next high. Looking left is 264. It's right at that 144. It's right at that weekly high now. It is a low float, 6.5 million in the float. Look at the volume, 126 million. So let's see if it pulls back just a little bit and then pops through that 146. Because look at the room it's got on the weekly chart. Thank you. That proof of concept study, okay? So reports results from exploratory subgroup analysis of a proof of concept study with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Okay, well, man, okay. But you can see right now, you can see that that 144 is a block so far, a little bit above it. Just take a quick sliver on 148 and see if it takes it out. 130 million shares have traded already. It is, oh, it's halted on the way down though. Ooh, okay, yeah, it got halted on the way down. This is one that I could not anyway find any news on. None whatsoever. PACS, the next high is 1476. The only news we found is that yeah, they're going to release their third quarter results, but that's it. That's the only news I saw. Look at the SPY guy. So the SPY had a nice pop through the VWAP. Actually, got is mildly positive right now. Let's see if we can hold. We had such a great day on Friday with the SPY. Look what it did. I mean, it got all the way down here, closed at the high. Mm. Another, oh, this is a resumption. So where INV got halted at 377. Didn't see that. Shoot. So this is now above the halt price. Next high looking left, 434. Keeps that out for almost five. Well, for those of you who don't mind stocks under a dollar, here's Game, guys. Game is on the move, but you know the next high is 55 cents. Okay, CSIQ continues to give it up. CSIQ, this was a big one from last week. It was an earnings play, I believe. It had a great, yeah, this was an earnings play. Well, I guess in RAI, we were suggesting to short it. Again, guys, I'm just waiting for the gap continuation or reversal to start giving us some alerts. 9:43, it'll start. I don't, not necessarily will we get one at 9:45, but we will not get one before. Now, if you have this and you want to see them right from the beginning, I'll go to this later. So Highcroft just HYMC just took out 10. Another halt, guys. CMCT. Okay, this got halted on the way up. So that had earnings, was an earnings play on Friday. 1098 was the high. It halted on the way up. So just to show you what this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, this blue window that I'm displaying. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can see the halt price for CMCT 1050. This column trying to show you where it could open. Oh, it's okay, Maureen. You can watch and yeah, just kind of watch and sort of maybe. But if you've not traded before, it's going to be potentially a little bewildering for you. All right, so here we have a gap down and reverse, okay? So a gap down and reverse, HPE, so you can see what happened, a gap down and reverse. Now, the market, if the market keeps, if you're going to play reversal plays, you want to have the market at least not moving down on you, okay? In my opinion. So obviously the next high is far enough away, 2341 or so it's got a ton of room till it hits that next high if it gets up in that area. All right, OTLK. This has been, of course, a big one from the last couple of days. OTLK. This is now taking out the high of 2 days ago. That's Thursday's high. And on the monthly chart, obviously got a ton of room. I'm going to say, not saying it's going to get to 342. The same, I think, on yeah. So the weekly high here is the same as that monthly high. So it's got room. I think it's going to get there, of course, but at least you don't have to worry as much about chart resistance. The HBE continues. Only one stock is hit so far from the gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay, yeah, you're right. Amex came out of its halt and resumed at 126. So it's a little bit, where did it get halted at? It got halted at 126. So it's a little bit above the halt price, but it got halted on the way down. So the key thing is to try to get through this again, to get through that 144 again. Okay, now this is the earnings play, guys. QUBT is an earnings play. So um, no, but you look at that little R there. That's the next high looking left, and so it's right there. It's right there. The next high after that is 1260. So there is some room if they can get through this high. The 200-day moving average is yeah, it's far enough away, 1323. Meanwhile, HPE is continuing to move. I did not take it. So that Amex is again right at that weekly high. Okay, well, market is holding that initial pop up, and it's still above the VWAP. Now, is this another quant? No, this is not a quant. Not a quant. Well, even though it says yeah, this is what I was confusing me. It says quantum core, but it doesn't appear to be like a quant. But QMCO. So this is a reversal play, guys. QMCO is a reversal play. You see how it moved down and then it's starting to reverse. It barely positive now. Positive meaning, compared to Friday's close, a little bit above Friday's close. Okay, last time I looked at this HYMC, it was just hovering over $10. It's now 10.27. So the lithium plays are kind of alive today, guys. Here's another one, Standard Lithium, SLI. We had LAC before, and there was another one, LAR. Thank you. Was no time frame. When you say what's the time frame, it's just these are real time alerts. Okay, there's no time frame. So this is a gap up and go. So it's just a real time alert. 9:52, new high of the day, 25.40. It doesn't matter what chart you're looking at. Okay, but you can see that red line. That red line means there's a high somewhere on a daily chart somewhere. This is interesting to me though because it's an earnings play. It's going to be active I'm sorry, this is not an earnings play. This is the deal with Jazz. Okay, so it's a cancer drug. It's not an earnings play, but probably even better. So let me back this. So some month, I don't know how long ago that was. I mean, I'm going back. It's 2021. It could be like 2021, be 4 years ago. Yeah, probably 4 years ago. So there's a daily high within that month 4 years ago that it's looking at right now. I don't think what happened 4 years ago is that important. RPTX, guys. Okay. RPTX, this is just over two. Did see it in the pre-market. If there's any news on this one, entry into definitive agreement. Looks like it's either a merger or a buyer or hey guys, this takes out that whole number, 26. That'll get me very interested. Okay, not because of I mean, that's 4 years ago. There's a high of 4 years ago, but I just like to see stocks taking out whole numbers. I'll put a price alert around 26.11. See if it does it. Number one. Morning, Michelle, in our YouTube room. ANVS guys. Okay, this is interesting. Low float, pretty low float. 23 million in the float. A lot of volume. A million, up 31%. And there is news. Reports new biomarker data linking amyloid, cold pathology, et cetera, et cetera. So there is news. Parkinson Parkinson drug, I guess. If you're holding over three, that might be a really good. The VWAP is at 287, so holding over three would be excellent. Okay, all right, guys, it's 9:56, so I think I'll take a look at my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing, because I'm waiting on this ZYME to see if it breaks through that 26 level. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. At the very top is a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. So you can save 15% of the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. Doesn't matter whatever plan you pick, either standard or premium, okay? So 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. All I ask, please use my code. You're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future. It helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo code usage. They see my code being used enough. They don't mind keeping both these rooms free. And when I say both these rooms, I moderate a YouTube room and also what I call the main room right here. So if you're in YouTube and you want to come into the main room, this is what you do. You click on my homepage link and click on that trading room, more info. Okay, they're both free. There's a lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. Okay. And also, welcome if you are new to all this. This is the format. This room, the trading room, is open at about quarter to 7 Eastern time, 6:45 in the morning. Yes, and I open YouTube around 8:30, and I get on the mic at 9 o'clock or both. And why I don't open this when I get at quarter to 7, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. But Obi in the main room, in the trading room, he does that. So if there's action in there, you can come in. Now I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 2 and 2:30 Eastern time, all times Eastern. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But even when I leave, most of the time, William in this room will keep it open after I leave. So it's up to him. A lot of times it will be right to 4 o'clock. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, the first thing you must do is go to the education section, click on the more info, and then scroll down a little bit. Getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? That'll get you started. That'll make you an expert in Trade Ideas, but at least it'll give you an idea about all the major components of Trade Ideas. And that's also a good thing to do if you're considering the product. You can take a look at this, start off with the second video. These are all short videos. And that should give you an idea about whether or not this is a type of product you might want to try for at least a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, okay, new to trading, you can take a look at this. It's free, 15 videos. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click, actually not last, I keep forgetting to do this. So if you click on my homepage link, keep scrolling down and you can get the trade of the week right here. This is free. You can sign up for it. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Last, if you're looking for my scans, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. Okay, so you can ask me questions about them. These are all the everything that I'm sharing. Some of them you can actually see, but you can ask me questions about them. Okay. Wow, look at the ZYME. So that was the alert. Got right over 26 and then right back down. So what I'll do is I'll reset my price alert. That was a nice fake out, getting over 26. Wow, this continues down. DJT. Yikes. All right, one egg. I keep going. One egg. One G, guys. Let's see. No, not doing it. So this is a reversal. This is a gap down and reverse. YMM is an earnings play. Gap down and reverse. And the next high looking left on a daily chart somewhere. Well, it's right here. That's Friday's high. So that's what it's looking at. That's what that red line is looking at. Checking to see where the next high is on a daily chart. It's a little bit above the VWAP now, 1126. So it's above the VWAP, and it's a reversal play. Probably want the market to keep reversing though. Remember, this was negative. The market was negative down here, so it is reversed and gone mildly positive. There is I mean, really nothing's happening. The Dow is down a little, SPY is up a little, Qs are up a little. So really nothing dramatically is happening right now. Oh, I don't mind, Steve. Yeah, I asked him straight out. It was Steve on Friday regarding a stop on DJT. Okay, guys, how's that ZYME doing? So, yeah, I mean, that was a real fake out. Got over that 26 and then came right back down. Oh, I'm sure he's fine. Remember, he said he'd be adding or something. All right, CNTB guys. So CNTB is its high is at 243. It's actually an AI alert from us. 226 on the alert. This is a gap up and go. Look at that one. Missed it. The alert was at down here. Down here. Original alert was at 1441. Nice gap up and go. Could never find any news on this one, other than they're going to release earnings. Shoot, it was a good one. Now, if you want the don't repeat version of this, okay, I can give it to you if you're interested, because this is going to tell me the very first time we get an alert, and it won't repeat it. So that's how I knew, okay, we had the alert at PACS at 1441. You click on it, and what did it do from there? Well, 1508 now. Okay. So if you want the don't repeat version, it's good because sometimes you may miss an alert, and you want to see, well, has it really moved that much from the original alert? Look at the qubit now, guys. The QUBT earnings play. A little bit of room to 1250 to 1260 or so. 1260 is the next high looking left for qubit QUBT. Here it is, but I should show you guys how to do this, okay? Also, but there it is, okay? Because this is what you can do with any alert window or multi-strategy window. If you just want to see the first alert and the time of the first alert, and that's it. So, for instance, if I take this, I will you duplicate it first because you want to keep this. So you duplicate it, okay? Now you just go right click, go to properties, right click, and go to properties, and go to don't repeat. And here's a drop down menu. You've checked the don't repeat. And this is a drop down menu. You can pick how long you don't want it to repeat for. So if you pick for a day, that's what's going to happen. So, okay. And then you probably give it another name so you know it's the don't repeat version. So that's how you can do it. Yeah, this is not shortable for me, I'm sure. Yeah, this is not shortable for me, unfortunately. Interactive broker, CYCU. This is a classic gap down and go, gap down, and the other thing about this, it's a multi-strategy window, okay? If I right click on it and hover over strategies, you see there are four scans in here, okay? Gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. There are four scans in here. And just briefly to what a gap up and go is, well, when you get the alert, the stock had to gap up. Remember what the gap is? It's the first trade of the day. So I had to have gapped up a certain amount and also a certain percentage amount. And then when you get the alert, it's made a new high. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher. That's what the gap up and go is. The gap down and reverse. If you're looking for reversal plays, it's start the gap down and then starting to reverse. A gap up and reverse is the reverse of that one. It's not gapped up and now it's starting to reverse. And then the gap down and go. It gapped down and it kept moving higher at the time of the alert. Or, sorry, lower at the time of the alert. Now, if you maybe you don't want to see them all. These are just checked. Okay, you can uncheck. Maybe you don't want to see. Maybe you don't want to short. You don't want to see a stock that's gapping down and go because these are potential shorts. Maybe you just want to look at the potential longs, which would be the gap up and go, and the gap down and reversal. So you would uncheck. It's up to you. It's up to you. Oh, good. Okay, Maureen. Yeah, it's as Pepe said. We probably should. This only started last week. The program that we use to stream into YouTube and Twitter, etc., called StreamYard, they sprung this on us last Monday. The ability to concurrently have a mobile stream and then call it a desktop stream. Okay, guys, another solar play, JKS. JKS is actually on the move here. JKS is on the move. China. The next high looking left is around 30, so very close. Obviously, very, very close. This could turn into a potential short, guys. I mean, if it gets stalled, that's a pretty, in my opinion, significant number to try to get through. Psychological barrier. Now, the qubit, so the QUBT is back over 12 again. Well, look at a week. Look at a monthly chart for this PACM. The next high in a monthly chart is almost $2 away. Well, 1685 is the next high in a monthly chart. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but look at it. It says I'm talking about it. It's I was all set to maybe take a little over the 15 level, but it's starting to run away on me. You know, and on no news. I mean, really on no news that we could find for the PACS running. All right, SGBX. Volume coming in, guys. The next, lots of room. Next high looking left is around 4 for SGBX. Okay. Now, again, it's near that whole number. So that is the next high. So there is plenty of room on a daily chart for it to keep moving before it hits the next high. Again, I'm not saying it's going to do that, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. The high on Friday was 296. So it's right there. I'm going to put a price alert around 3 just to see if I can take out that whole number and then maybe move from there. And this is probably a low float. Yeah. Actually, it's an earnings play. This is actually an earnings play. We have it as an earnings play. Not sure it is. I don't see any reference to it's being an earnings play in the Interactive Brokers, but our provider has it as an earnings play. But at any rate, it's moving. This just, I kept waiting to see if it would just base a little bit at 15, and not at all. This is my miss of the day so far, guys. The PACS, that's my miss. Whew. All right, guys. Well, nothing new coming in here. This was the Okay, now how about this one? CDZI. Ah, there are shorts available for me. So let's see. That makes sense. There's a gap up and reverse. So gapped up and reverse. Stop it, PAX. PACS is going to drive me crazy seeing it all day long. Every time I see this here, it means it's making a new high for the day. Not shortable, I don't think for me. Let me take a look because it's going to run out. You think it's going to run out of steam at some point? Yeah, a lot of shares available now. There, okay. I mean, there is that next high 4 years ago. Okay, 4 years ago on that's a daily high that it's looking at. Man, well, if it takes that out, I mean, then the next high is 1685 on the monthly chart for EACS. Boy, I'm really interested in a short on this one, guys. 1574, 1584. Did it get over 18 at all? 18, 16. We got up to 1590. I mean, it may just keep ripping, but just hanging around that 16 mark right now, guys. 1590, 1599, 1603 bid ask. The volume is good. I mean, the volume is still strong. It has to really subside. Well, okay, I'll put a price alert around 1577. See if it takes that out again. But this is still strong. I mean, the volume had been subsiding. I might have taken a shot at it, but the volume is still very strong. So there's the SGBX, guys. So the next high looking left is the fourish area. Yeah, market is yeah, it is definitely weakening now. Ooh, Give me a moment, guys. Looking at this PAX now. Now, it broke down through 16 briefly. I mean, the ask is still over 16 at 1601 right now. Well, that was a big drop, 1566, and then boom. But it did pop right back up to 16. So, okay, guys, a little bit dicey, but I'm in. Okay, come on, get that ask down. This might be more of a scalp short for me, guys. Yeah, I don't like that spread. Okay, you know what? I've taken myself out basically flat. Okay, I just don't like that spread right now, and it still looks like it wants to maybe take another look at 16. So I'll look at it again later. I mean, it's still strong. I mean, the volume is still there. I mean, it may have a catastrophic drop, but I mean, it's it's tricky. It's still tricky because the volume is still it's still strong. Look at that volume bar right there on the five. I mean, that's about as big as what time is it now? It's not 10:24, so it still has 30 seconds. Oh. All right, guys, what time is it now? 10:25. FHTX. This is from our AI. Not that much more room for it to go. Yeah, this was a nice short. Had no shorts available. CYCU had no shorts available. Yeah, see, look at this. I mean, it's still strong. I mean, this PACS is still strong. All right, CSIQ. This has been another new low made for CSIQ. Next low looking left is wow, a lot of room. Look at that, 26.73. A lot of room to the next low looking left on CSIQ on the daily chart. Checking out the market again, guy. Now, when I say check the market, I'm looking at the SPY. So, broke down through the VWAP, still hanging around the area though. That purple line, that is the VWAP, hanging around the area. Hmm, 1578, 1592. I'm just looking at the spread of this one. I missed it. I think I missed it. Well, I may have missed it, my opportunity for the packs. Now, this one, it's a cheap one. I typically don't short these cheaper ones, but it's got a lot of room. 475. Well, this is now looking more like a short, the ZYME, I mean, it's underneath the VWAP. To not take out that high, 26. I mean, it's great news. I mean, partnering with collaboration with JAZZ. Let me take a look at JAZZ and see what's happening. So this is still up. Like, is this starting to fade more? 18%. So you can see they're both starting to fade. It's a collaboration, JAZZ and ZYME. The Z's are wild today. All right. So William says he'll keep the main room open till 3:45ish. Okay, today. So I'm going to leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. And William will keep the room open after I leave. Now, again, I'll always say later if there are questions. I just don't feel like hanging around if there are no questions. Lots of stuff I can do. Yeah, look at that. So I'm glad. Okay. You see, it's still strong. Uh, this, so I'm talking about the PACS. It's still very strong. Look at that. New highs again. Well, yeah, not shortable for me. Too bad. CYCU is a big one from last week. Big run. Look at the market, guy. So the market's kind of chopping around that VWAP area. You mildly, like, basically flat. Oh, by the way, whoever asked for the don't repeat, you're gonna get an "oh, man" or something like that, okay? That's my sound alert. I think, yeah, actions, okay, so that was my sound alert. Actually, I'm wrong. Oh, I know what happened. Give me a moment. Well, I'm gonna, probably I may lose everything here, but that's okay. Nope. Okay, guys, sorry. CSIQ is probably still making its way down. Yeah, this would have been a pretty other than that little jog up, that was a pretty nice short from 3280 down to 29. Now, excuse me, the packs. So with the packs, I mean, actually, not. I thought it was better a better clue. I was looking for topping tails, a bunch of topping tails in a row on the pack, PACS. As the buyers keep trying to move it higher, but there's some bottoming tails here too. So there's no big edge yet. I can't see. I mean, right now it's. I still think it's going to have a drop at some point, but look at that wave. The wave is so strong still. Now look at SGBX. So I mean, it just popped over three, right back down to 280. NAFLX. What the heck is that, William? NAFLX? Oops. NAFLX? Is that right? I don't it's not loading for me at all. Oh boy, I can see right off the bat, I'm going to regret not shorting this CDZI. So, guys, any questions? Nothing? Patience, grasshopper. That's all. Patience, boy. Got to get the right setup. Don't trade out of boredom. Any way to force the update of a tree view? Well, this is one tree view up and running. I mean, this is pretty rapid. So every second, I mean, there's no way to do it if that's what you're. But I mean, this is I mean, 5 seconds. If it is 5 seconds, I mean, that's pretty rapid. It shouldn't matter. This is the only tree view I've got, but there's no way to force it every. There's no. To answer your question, no. If it were every second, it would be going crazy. I mean, this, these stocks would be, you'd be going crazy with the way the stocks would be moving around. I think anyway. I'm not even sure it's every 5 seconds. This is just kind of a leaderboard right now, but the data vault, I see it there. Yeah, DVLT signs a multi-year service agreement with Triton. Whoops, with Triton Geothermal. Okay, what room does it have? Yeah, well, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, look, if I took it at 218 and got close to 235, that'd be awesome. But look at the PACs, guys. Boy, this is a strong stock. Strong, strong stock. PACS. Still extremely strong. Every time you think it's going to give up on 16, it doesn't. I mean, again, with your question, I mean, it should be just enough to click on the alert and you see a stock moving. Okay. Remember what it's doing. It's up 4%. Since the well since the from the open. And then on the way down, wow. Oh my goodness, there's the packs again. So thank goodness. Okay, now here's another new high. What month was that? That is this month. Oh, it's not that long ago. Okay. So it is December of last year, 2024. There is a high, a daily high somewhere. Wouldn't that just cause like a lot of stocks coming in and out, in and out, in and out? And do they okay, so they do so it is every second. Okay, there you go. So there's no option. I'm surprised it's that fast. This is yeah, so PAX. So there's a monthly high and a daily high right there for PAX. I mean, imagine if it if it broke through that also. I mean, it'd be 1685. I mean, it's not that far away. I mean, then you look left, you look left on this monthly chart, 44 dollars. Well, I'm going to put a price alert there, just out of curiosity to see if it does take out that high. So that's 1685. So I will try to eyeball it. It's close enough. 1677. Yeah, on no news. I mean, honestly, no news. Here's your news, guys. They're going to release earnings on November 19th. There's your news for PACS. Oh, I see, Norbert. You probably wanted to go the other way. You wanted to delay it every 5 seconds. I see. Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I misinterpreted what you were trying to do. Well, it's really not. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's very active, of course, but this is amazing. I mean, this PAX could take this out. All right, mortgaging everything and putting it in here, guys. I'm kidding, but wow, I mean, what a how crazy is this? I mean, again, there's the monthly high is here. That's a top list, okay? All right, well, there it is, and now it is above that above that monthly high, 1685. Well, it's right there at that monthly high. Maybe that'll stall it. You can see how tricky it is to try to pick a top in some of these things, especially these ones that are, you know, well, no news on this one, but riding that wave up. Let me go to another time frame. And do we see any orange at all? Nothing. I'll even go to a 1 minute. Nothing. Not This has been just super strong. Doesn't matter what time frame you're looking at in terms of the wave. Okay, one moment. You guys, I'll be a couple of minutes. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm right back now. Okay, so a gap down and reversal now for CMCT. Where was the original alert? At 1175. So it hasn't moved that much. So if it started to move on the weekly chart, so it's above last week's high, of course, have to back this out on a monthly chart. So the next high, got a lot of room on a daily chart, guys. 16 or so is the next high for CMCT. And that happened in this month, March of this year. There's a daily high of around, trying to eyeball it, around 1554. So there is a ton of room for this one to keep moving if it wants to. And I'm talking about the CMCT. What's the volume like? Bad. And the float, oh, it's one of these crazy low floaters, guys. 750,000 in the float. Yeah, SGBX is now above over 3 again. I mean, it's got the room 397 if it just settles down. See how that pierced on a 5 minute wave? See how it pierced down? It came right back up. But boy, I mean, that's a big drop, from 318 down to 260. Pretty big percentage move down, in my opinion. You know what? I've got to take a look at StubHub. Weak earnings play on Friday. Did recover at the end of the day, but the low looking left is say 12.88, so a dollar down to that low. Hmm, right below the whole number. What was the low today? The low today was around 13.82. So it looked like finally that daily high of a few months ago for PAX finally stalled it. PACS. Now the big drop. I didn't get it. Okay, guys, I'm looking at StubHub right here as a potential short. I see 13.90, 13.95. I want to see that maybe get into the 13.80s, and I might have to take a short of StubHub, STUB. Not suggesting you guys do the same thing, just pointing out what I'm seeing here. Oh, I'm not a swing trader at all. Okay, WSC, YMM. I mean, it had earnings, and obviously the reaction was not good. So, you, you're right. It got hammered down because of earnings. I know it's had a bit of a recovery, but what's going to cause this to move higher? I mean, it's had earnings, and the reaction was not good. So, unless there's other news that's going to come out for YMM, but I'm not a swing trader. Oh man, I'm missing the boat, guys. I'm just not paying attention. CMCT, yeah, wow. I'm just not paying attention. CMCT, the alert was at 1175. Ugh, there's a gap down and reversal play. Okay, now SSP. Now this was a big one in the pre-market, and it's been chopping around a bit. SSP, the same. There is the next high looking left is 407. Okay, on a daily chart, probably too close. Now, if it takes out, say, 412, let's see what it would happen if it took that out on a monthly chart. The next high is, yeah, I mean, this is back in July. Well, I'm waiting on the StubHub, but it's still hanging around the 14 level. So, oh, massive miss. CMCT. You guys have no excuses. You can pay full attention, but I would recommend you take a look at the don't repeat because then you can see where it first happened. Look at PAX. I mean, it's still I mean, it's holding 16 again, guys. PACS is holding 16 again. All right, guys, I'm going to just check. I think it's going to be Chris Varley who'll take over for me in our YouTube room at noon Eastern. Well, as I take my break, just going to confirm. So, Joseph, you have trade ideas, obviously, right? Let me show you how you can do it, okay? Because this is not just for this one, this multi-strategy window, but any alert window that you might have. If you want to see the don't repeat, so this is what you can do. So if I do you have this up and running? Do you have this scan up? I'm sorry, that second yes, did that mean yes? You have the scan up? Okay. So I could give you the link, but I think this is a better so you have an understanding. And that's for everybody, okay? So if you right click on it and then click duplicate, because you still, assuming you still want to see every time, the stock either made a new high or new low, you want to see it over and over again, then you don't want to overwrite this. So that's why you right click and you duplicate the scan. Okay. Now, next step, right click and go to properties and go down to don't repeat. Now, you don't have to do it for the day if you don't want, but you can see right there, if I check that don't repeat symbol for window, I have a bunch of time frames I can pick. I can say don't repeat for a minute. In other words, instead of seeing this CMCT every single second it makes a new high, it would delay it. It's real time. Don't get it is all real time, but it would have to make a new high a minute from now, as an example. Okay. If you said 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30 an hour, but here's for the day. Here's for the day. So you pick for the day, you can say okay. The only other thing I would do is go down to properties again, and in the window name, just at least so you know that this is the don't repeat version, you might want to add just DR to the end of it. Okay, so something, just so you know it's the don't repeat version. Now it won't look like this, okay? If you do this right now, you're only going to see the last one, the SSP, okay? But now you can save this. I have this on my other monitor, and I find it very helpful because you can always go back in time and see, well, have I really missed it? When was or see how good these were, You get an alert at CMCT 1175 at 10:36, all times Eastern. What did it do from there? Well, obviously it was awesome. The PAX, at 1441. So that is why I like to see it. It's a reference to see, well, what did it do from that alert? And sometimes it really hasn't moved, which is great. Maybe it gives you an opportunity. All right. Well, I'm going to forget about StubHub, I think. And then, of course, when you get the alert, you look left. At least I do. I want to see where the next high is on the daily chart, and that little red line, that's telling me that is where the next high is, $4.08. So it's too close for me. I can't take it. Well, what can you say? I mean, this is, next high is 19. I'm not saying it's gonna get there, but that is the next high, and it looks like the next daily high it looks like it's almost right there. Well, maybe not. Eyeball it. Yeah, it looks like around 15 is the next high, daily high for a CMCT. This has been a bit of a well, a bit of a miserable one, guys. The SGBX, I mean, it's teasing us constantly around the $3 level. Now, this could be one of those ones that later on in the day with that float, maybe later on in the day, we get some volume coming in later on, meaning in the afternoon. Oh man, look at this. 409 or so is the next high, but then the next high is 416 for SSP. Had some news. That's right. Sinclair. I don't know why I'm getting French in here. Anyway, Sinclair took, I think, an 8%, 8.7% stake in it. Presses for a merger. Pressing for a merger. Wow, 11:05. Fairly fast morning for me. Okay, guys, CNTV. This is from our AI, and it's starting to move a little bit here. Connect Biopharma and by Mergent Energy interviews to air on the red chip small stocks. I see. Okay. They're not connected. They're just two companies that are going to be on the red chip small stocks program. Yeah, well, it's moving down now, guys. Wow, it's right at the VWAP now. Will PAX hold it? Will that VWAP hold it? Will it act as support for PACS, or is that it for a while? Well, I don't know, a stupid market, but it's yeah, I mean, had a nice little run for about 25 minutes or so. And then it, hung around the VWAP for quite a while, but now starting to give it up again. Yeah, I see Bitcoin. I mean, I see it's around 93,000, a little over 93,300 or so. So yeah, Bitcoin. Oh, so if you're trading IBIT, so IBIT is underneath the high, the low of Friday. Ah, now look at that. CMCT now halted on the way down. This was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but wow, that's a big drop, almost a $2.50 drop. Yeah, so think of this, guys. I mean, this is the don't repeat, and this is sort of the nagging version. Okay, don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Okay, that's how I like to phrase it. You can't, every time it makes a new high. In this particular case, the way this is color coded, anything in green or light blue, these are stocks making new highs. Anything in orange or yellow, stocks making new lows. As you can see, not as many, a lot more stocks making new highs or lows than the ones making new highs than the ones making new lows in this scan. Wow, last time I looked, I was saying, boy, this is turning into a short, guys, a ZYME. It had broken down right at the VWAP. Yes, it did. 25.45. Yeah, I mean, I just could just keep ripping higher, but I can't do it. I mean, it's just parabolic now, on this wave. It's just absolutely parabolic. The SSP. I mean, it looks like it wants to keep going higher, but I just can't take the trade now. Hmm. Okay, well, Chris is having a problem. Chris Farley, who normally would take over for me at noon Eastern, about 50 minutes from now, he's having an internet issue. So I'll have to see what happens. Ooh, ICG just had a pop here, guys. ICG just had a pop on volume, but look left. Unfortunately, there's all sorts of little areas that could stall, but it did have a nice pop on volume. It's probably a low float. Yeah, 8 million China stock. Eight hasn't the volume isn't huge, but what would concern me is all this they have to battle to get through. Well, stub actually is looking more like a long again. It's oh man. I was really thinking once it broke down through 14, this could turn into a delicious little short, but no. Yeah, again, yeah, you don't have to listen to me, okay? Just because I won't take this SSP doesn't mean it's not going to just rock it. It's right at that high now. It's 417. It's right at that high. I back out the monthly chart to see where the next high would be. Up here at 467. And you know what? There are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. I'll give you $1,000,000, William, for you to own CMCT. Not enough. Well, not shortable for me, CMCT. Yeah, yeah, I mean, this wave is just so parabolic. All right, now the gap down and go. Okay, gap down and go. It just made a new low. It's Hewlett Packard HPE. I don't see any specific reason for it. Have I got some kind of multilingual news feed now for? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm getting like a multilingual news feed now for Interactive Brokers. Anybody else who uses the IB? I have not seen this before. Yeah, again, don't listen to me. SSP just ripped, parabolic or not. Was it a downgrade? I might have to try to decipher. There's your downgrade. Okay, Morgan Stanley downgraded it. Price to 25 from 28. What are you now? 21. Okay. So that's your reason. Thank you, Mike. That's your reason, I guess, for the weakness in Hewlett Packard. So the text. Let's take a look at XLK, just out of curiosity. I'm sure. Yeah. So look at the XLK, 1.25%. You're getting multilingual news too, aren't you, Michelle? Okay. I didn't do anything. In other words, I didn't change anything. I mean, it's not bad because there is some English, but I'm just it's always strange when things happen. You don't really know why. Well, okay, there's SSP. There are shorts available for me, so in case it finally starts running out of steam here, but look at the volume. I mean, that's the key. Look at the volume. It's actually gotten these are big volume bars now in the 5 minute, the biggest ones of the day. So, the enthusiasm is still here. My Mandarin isn't what it used to be, so I'm not sure what or Cantonese, excuse me if I'm wrong. I won't take this either, just because it's too close for me to the whole number. If we're up around here, 2174, I'd be all over this, but just a little too close to the whole number. The next low looking left is 2042, though, so there is room. I'm always amazed. I mean, I'm not kidding. I'm always amazed. Well, that's Japanese, okay, but Japanese, Chinese, anything that requires artistic. I mean, I cannot believe people having to learn how to write. You have to be an artist. All right, guys. Well, let's see. SSP, is it finally running out of steam? Yeah. Wow. Look at that. A nice drop. Well, okay. Now, will it hold here though? Will it get down to the VWAP, which would be around the 4 level, and then will that hold it and then maybe bounce off it? Okay, how I have this cyberpunk thumbnailed or cypherpunk. Got to put a high right up here. Not an IPO, guys. This was I think it was LPTX. It was a symbol name change, LPTX. Turn, a 10-day rally. Okay, bucking the trend. Turn, an Arctic bird for those crossword puzzle people. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, this has just been a fabulous from this day on. And even earnings did not kick it down. Really, Grumpy? Okay, guys, it is 11:24 right now. I'm gonna come back at around 11:30. So I'll put in a little announcement. Okay, so I'm just gonna mute myself now for about 6 minutes, 5 or 6 minutes. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So, Andrea, so I can't help you, but I know who can. Okay, info at trade-ideas.com. You have to. I don't know what's going on with our automatic cancellations and all, but or the ability to do on the website. But here, info at trade-ideas.com. Just give them your email address and tell them what you want to do. Okay. Yeah, I can't access. I have no access to people's accounts, so I can't do it. But there are people there waiting, literally. Okay, we've got some counting people that's what they do, or can help you on anyway. So here's a gap up in reverse for OI. Now, but look left. What do you see? 1284, 12, sorry, 1295, 1290, 1284. You see all these little areas where it could stall. So even though it's a short opportunity, I won't do it. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just answering some emails. So how did the hype do? HPE, yeah, did not take out 21. Did not take out 21. Still hanging above 21. Okay, guys. Well, I've got another 20 minutes left. I'm not sure who's going to be. Chris is going to try some kind of a hotspot. Maybe he'll be able to take over. If not, somebody will take over for me. in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes from now as I take my break. A and VS, a nice, nice next high in the monthly chart. It's right there. 348 is right there. If it takes that out, the next high is 448. All right, MSGM guys, a very active one last week. MSGM, the next high is 359 or so, 360, call it 360, 310 now, has some room. What's the volume like? 395, not great. It's low float, 2.4 million. You remember this day when it hit 105 million shares traded. So you can see it's not, there's really no action on it. I mean, there's action in that it's up 18%, but in very, very low volume. This could be interesting. I mean, it's looked like it wants to come back a little bit here. HPE curling back, still orange wave. Where's the VWAP? Might be too close. 2164. Boy, I should have, I thought hard about it, just flipping the script on the stub. I was really looking to short it, but it got over 14 and now it's really running. Well, PACS is just sort of vegetating here, guys. PACS just, whoops, got the wrong one. PACS is just kind of hanging around that 16 mark, just over the VWAP. So this is a type of one that maybe if it keeps over the VWAP, just kind of hovers around this area later on in the day, get some volume coming in, and it could have another pop. So so I don't have to stare at it. I'll just put a price alert a little bit over 16 and see if it takes it out later. And on the downside, I'll put a price alert, around the VWAP area and see if it gets back down there. And maybe that is when it'll finally fall in a bigger way. Oh, okay. Give me a moment. Jeez. Okay, guys. What time is it now? It's 14 minutes to my break. Okay, thank you, William. I just read what you posted. Okay. Nope, I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell, William. Boy, this PAX, guys, this is really interesting. Potentially for a late day breakout. I know it's already up 49%, but it's very interesting. As long as it holds in this area. Oi, I guys. So the 13 break. But remember what I was saying? I looked left and I just didn't like it. I mean, even the 200-day moving average is not that far away as a potential short. Data Vault. Let's see what's happening with this one now. I had some news earlier and it popped up. It came right back down. Look, it got into the VWAP, and the VWAP apparently is trying to hold it for a while anyway, acting as support, that purple line. No, even SSP. I mean, it could also be one, though it's a bigger float, but it could also be one later on. I think, didn't we see that the next high, yeah, the next high is up here at 465, so a little bit close to that 430. I think if there's gonna be one that could pop, it could be the PAX later on. All right, guys. Well, listen, it's 11:51, getting a little, stale here, so I think again, I've got another 8 minutes or so. Not sure who's gonna take over. Could be Chris, could be, Steve. Meanwhile, yeah, wait a minute. Meanwhile, look at this market. Yeah, so I there's a nice bounce now. There we go. There's the wave. So you see how it transitioned from orange to blue right here? This is on the SPY. So the Dow is down just a little, the SPY's up a little, and the Qs are up a little. Okay, guys. So I just got a confirmation. It'll actually be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room, not Chris. Okay. Taking over for me in about 7 minutes. And Chris is having some internet issues. So Steve, who was going to do tomorrow, I guess they'll just do a switch. So Steve will be taking over for me. Steve at Trade Ideas will be taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 7 minutes from now. How is the trade of the week? He is the originator of the trades of the week. Not an easy thing to do to try to pick one stock. So it did not trigger. It's not bad. It just did not trigger. Okay. The trigger is the high of Friday. It's a little over the high of Friday. Never got there. So before you pile in and say what a terrible trade of the week, it just didn't trigger. Now it doesn't mean you can't buy it at some point. If right there, for instance, I'm not saying to do it. I'm just looking here. There's a low. Will that hold it? A lift was the trade of the week, or is the trade of the week. And again, you can sign up for it. It is free. Yeah, boy, the PAX looks a little bit weakening now, guys. Just as I spaketh, there it is, 11:52, or sorry, 11:52, 15:52. So that is, so the VWAP is just a little bit above the VWAP here. VWAP is at 15. Well, About the same, okay, because, we do that purple line takes into account pre-market volume. This is about the same, 1546, 1540. So will it hold it? And you can see this is the first time you get a little yellow here, or orange, which means the trend is starting to weaken. I mean, it's already been weakening, of course, but if you follow the trade wave, it's in blue, 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 and kind of in consolidating. But look at this; it's trying like mad to hold on to this level. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is in our main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So if you want, you can head over and listen to Steve. He'll be there for 1 hour. There it is. Ah, test drive. I don't know if we're ever going to have a test drive again. Okay, so those are you can ignore the test drive link. So there it is, guys. So there's a YouTube link to get into YouTube in about, if you want to, in about 4 minutes from now. And I'll put my announcement. Okay, and now I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Yeah, ANVS, more and more and more. Yeah, that was not on my list. It means it was not up at least about 15 or 20% in the pre-market, at least when I was looking. But when the market opened, it just ran. ANVS, low float, pretty low float. I mean, it's 23 million. It's not crazy low, but it is definitely a low float. And had some news. Phase 3. You got to get a spell checker, guys, going here. Phase 3 Trilla in early Parkinson's. Obviously, that was a try. Should have been trial. Wow, SSP just made another new high. And here's, the MH. This one really surprised me. It had a great run, even though the market was in, kind of turmoil on Thursday and Friday. But man, had a great run. Was an earnings play. This is McGraw Hill, and still is reasonably strong. I mean, it's down. It's basically flat, basically where it closed on Friday. All right, I heard a little pop, so I think Steve Gomez has entered our YouTube room. So, guys, I'll put myself on mute in the main room now. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And I'm assuming I can welcome Steve Gomez to our YouTube room.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you loudly and clearly.
Excellent. All right. Well, let me go to the YouTube channel real quick and load the chats.
Okay.
So what's going on, Barry?
Well, again, we've got our fun little market to deal with.
It's fun.
It's fun. I guess fun is not the right word, but challenging. We have our challenging market to deal with. That's yeah. We're still in limbo as far as I'm concerned. We're still in limbo.
Yeah. Yep.
Bitcoin, of course, is people are suggesting that Bitcoin is a big cause of it, but I don't follow Bitcoin. I mean, I know what the price is. I know kind of what's going on, but I've never. Have you ever owned Bitcoin?
No, I only own the smaller utility ones: XRP, XLM, HBAR.
Oh, right. Okay.
This is I just brought on my screen. This is Brian Shannon. We chat throughout the day, which I'm really fortunate to be able to. But he posted all 3 or 4 major indexes are really under pressure. So he's just kind of showing, under the 5-day moving averages, in his opinion, and I agree with him. It's tough to get anything to really follow through to the upside right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I saw your trade of the week is Lyft, but I explained to people that it did not, but it didn't trigger. It's not like a bad one. It just didn't trigger.
Yeah, it could bounce. It could bounce off this level here, and then it would make it even stronger if it does trigger. So I keep that in mind.
Yeah, but I say every time. I mean, it's so difficult to try to pick one stock as the so-called trade of the week, even in a great market. Okay, I mean, even if the market was super buoyant and all that, it's just how you just don't know what can happen.
It's been a little tricky lately, especially when you have to go long or.
Yeah, exactly.
Brian has said, he goes, well, why don't you go defensive? I go, well, defensive, that's no fun. Your trade of the week is Colgate. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd rather have something that has the potential to move, like Tesla.
Exactly.
Which I tell you what, I was one of the most fortunate things. I came in Friday morning with all cash and I saw Tesla gap down them. Very first thing, I think I was live on Friday. I told everybody I bought it on Friday and I even added to it. I'm on Thinkorswim now. And I'm like, hey, Tesla's a 24-hour market. I wonder if I could add to it on a Sunday night. And I did. I added to it last night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Some stocks are 24-hour traded now.
Yeah, just about. Yeah, I know IB says they've got like 10. Oh, I see. And that, worked out nicely for you. Wow.
Yeah, I'm holding it. I'm just super bullish on it more long-term too. So
yeah. So Thursday's high. It's approaching Thursday's high now.
Yeah, it's running right up into the armpit of the moving averages, the 50 SMA in blue and the 10 SMA. That's going to be a major headwind for it. But I'm anticipating that. And if you've got profits underneath you, then it's easier to sit for me.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, my friend. Well, I'll take off, and I guess I can come back at 1. You don't have a meeting, or do you?
No meetings.
Oh, okay. I'll take my full hour break. Okay, thanks, Steve.
All right. Hello, everybody. Good day, Aussie. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right. How's everybody doing on a Monday? As Barry and I said, this market is a little challenging. That's why I was just showing you Brian Shannon's post. He's just reminding me and us that we are definitely facing headwinds. And excuse me, I bought a couple of things this morning coming in, and none of them really worked except for 2. I really am bullish on this Nebius stock, Nebius group. Kind of a lot going on there. It is a Russian stock, but it's holding up extremely well. A lot of the other stuff I tried to nibble at this morning just rolled right back over to lows, and I put in quick stops. But I came in long Tesla, as you guys saw on Friday. We discussed that and added to it. As you heard me talk last night, was on my couch watching football on my phone, going, "This is fun. I'm trading on a Sunday night." So I added to that, and I'm kind of glad I did. I'm just, the more I read, man, I am super bullish. And then Elon was taunting the shorts again over the weekend on X, and I tell you, some people are saying Tesla could enter the next literal product phase, like when Apple jumped to the iPhone in terms of robotics, AI, that kind of stuff. I mean, Elon sees a fleet of 1 billion Optimus robots, I think in 5 years for the price of a car. And he says it's going to fundamentally change the way we live and work and ease and make money and whatnot. Take care of our parents, take care of ourselves. So anyway, I'm super bullish on Tesla. As you guys know, I was DJT. I gave it another stab on Friday and bought some more last night, Sunday night. I think this is just absolutely overdone. I think the ridiculous headlines out there are driving it lower, and I think it's also a predatory tool of the naked shorts who are picking on this stock. And I'm happy to sit in this thing. It's a loser right now, but I don't care. I think it's a rubber band stretched, and I'm ready to let the balloon back up underwater. I think it can bounce, and I'm not telling anybody to buy it. I'm just telling you what I'm doing. And the third thing that came in along was some ANGX. Again, on Friday, I remember having this discussion with Barry. I'm not a big Netflix fan, and a lot of people aren't. Some of their unique original programming is just a bit much lately. And so people are like, I'm going to go for something a little bit more lighthearted. And Angel Studios is slowly gaining platform edge. So another kind of a value play, not a day trade, not a swing trade. So those three that came in long, ANGX, Tesla, and DJT. But this morning, I looked at the daily chart and saw Nibius. I was trying to take out that green body from yesterday, and it's still holding perfectly. I mean, this is exactly what I want to see. It's why I'm still holding it in the face of a headwind market. Nice little hold here intraday of the 10 SMA, just like Tesla did. Let's look at Tesla. Probably did the same thing. 10 SMA, there it is. It forced the issue of Tesla and pushed it through my secondary level, which is now the blue line. So I'm fully expecting sellers and resistance here at the blue, which is the 5-day moving average. You guys have heard me talk about. So those are my only two indicators. Those are my guardrails of what's happening intraday. The 10 SMA is my momentum, and that 5-day moving average is a level of interest. No matter how the trade is shaping up, it's a level of interest. Look at that. It was denied right there last week. And what I need to see is just a lot of choppy action here. Back and forth would be great. And then a push by the end of the day to solidify that we can close above this 5-day moving average. It would be quite a reversal on the daily. And then, like I was telling Barry again, these daily moving averages, I call this the armpit for obvious visual reasons. We're bouncing right up into the armpit. And sometimes it gets really nasty and stinky in the armpit, and we have to consolidate a little bit before we can push up higher into clean air. And that's what my hope is for Tesla. There was one more thing that I bought this morning that I've held on to, and it's a name I've played before. It's one of those things where I saw it take off last week on news, and I missed it back here. Boom, boom, 2 solid days, giant 4 or 5 days of pullback. I was a buyer on the open, and then I added to it right before I came live. And so ideally, by the end of the day, if I have a nice bottoming tail, maybe even a little bit of green or a doji in this Kodak, that's a pretty sweet entry for swing trading. What's up, Michael Anthony? DLO, best quarter that raised outlook. Yeah, feel free to give me charts. I love to look at charts, especially if you're conflicted and you don't really understand what's going on. So this is the stock I'm sure you're talking about. They raised their outlook. That would be internally. That's nice. But the market's not really buying it, are they? You got a pretty solid floor here at 13. It looks like 13.15. What you need is a nice pop above this declining intraday moving average. I don't see any news. If I'm on the wrong stock, let me know. But that's what DLO is telling me. What do they do? Financial. Online payment. Uruguay. Don't see too many of those stocks. Let's check in with the major averages. So the NASDAQ Qs went to lows. This is typical action where you just take out the prior low and you see what's underneath there. And for the moment, when we took out that prior low here, There wasn't much follow through. We bounced back into play. So that's the bullish case. DJT, I want to see this thing. All right, so DJT has done what I needed it to do. I think Andy nibbled some down here as well. It closed. What did it do? It closed above a 15-minute candle, and we're still working on another green candle above. This thing has been under pressure for so many days in a row. At some point, look at the 5-day moving average here. Look, this is why I use these simple guardrails. Bam. Okay, they got you. Momentum selling, momentum selling, momentum selling. Slight lift, bam. Momentum selling, fake pop, and then this was Friday. Ugly gap down, momentum selling, momentum selling, momentum. So for the first time in a few days, we are trying to green candle, plant our flag here and reclaim price action above the declining 10 SMA. And that's all I'm really looking at on any particular stock that I'm in, especially on something I'm looking for a reversal for. Does DJT have any hope? I think it does. I've been talking to Grok about it. Let me just quote Grok. I said, Grok, DJT is currently $10.62. Ignore Friday's closing prices. At these prices, please recalculate the market cap and the assets and tell me what's going on. And it said at 1062, liquid assets, 2.57 billion cash and crypto cover 86% of the market cap, which is up 86%, which is up from 78% last Friday. So this thing is like trading close to book value. And I've used the word Warren Buffett. I made a video on it. I was way premature back on this candle. And it just makes me even more bullish that I abandoned it and sat back and watched the oversold nature. And I'm trying it again down here at the double oversold level. But the point being, this is Warren Buffett territory. I'm not day trading this. I'm literally trying to buy this when it looks the bleakest. And I'm not recommending this trade. I'm just telling you why I do goofy things sometimes. So Michael Anthony, on a book value, I'm a technical trader, this is blowing my mind. So I start to switch to the fundamentals and grab AI and Grok and have it make sense to me. And Grok is saying, yeah, this is Warren Buffett, 2.0 territory here. This is the kind of stuff that if you can stomach a little bit of volatility, but lean on the moment and the fear, you've heard them say you got to buy when there's blood in the streets. This is a buy when there's blood in the streets. And I have to have a reason. Well, the reason is the balance sheet. They also have $400 million they've already registered for a buyback. What if what if Devin Nunes, the CEO, came out right now and said, bam, we're executing our $400 million buyback. Thanks. Thanks for giving us those extra shares, dirty sellers. So yeah, does that answer your question, Michael? I hope so. That's why I'm like super crazy, sneaky bullish down here, even though it's a horrible looking chart. This is how Warren Buffett does it. And I have no plans to sell it anytime soon if it continues to recover. You only get, Warren Buffett was buying like B of A, Bank of America, during the banking crisis in 2008 at these types of levels. He bailed out Apple when Apple was really struggling. And sometimes, there's three time frames for me. There's day trade scalp, which could be an hour for me, scalping a couple of 15-minute candles. There's swing trade, swing scalping, where I get my position and it runs for 2 days. Like if I was in Kodak, that would have been a perfect swing scalp. Over here, bam, bam, thank you, I'd be exiting. And then there's investment mode, back pocket, 401k. I love this company. I love the story. I love the fundamentals. That's your Tesla, and that's possibly DJT. We'll see. Kodak, I've always been bullish on their domestic retooling to manufacture basic chemicals. So foreign companies can come over here, set up shop, create factories, create jobs, and then they can quickly draw on a railroad line domestically their basic chemicals. Exactly. I was going to say that too. DJT is kind of becoming like a micro strategy at this point because they're so heavy in crypto on their balance sheet. They do have cash. They got some other stuff, but heavily into Bitcoin. I think it's 150,000 coins, or I'm sorry, 15,000 coins. So because of that, let's see, there's a little bounce in IBIT. You are correct, Michael, and that's in the back of my mind. I've got to, like, if Bitcoin rolls over and starts to get crashy again, I've got to accept the fact that DJT could go lower. So there's a definite correlation there as well. There's a lot going on in this trade. Ideally, I probably would have legged into it a little bit more, but I've kind of just talked myself into it. I plunged into it. I have a 20% position in this right now. Normally, my position size would be 10%. Same with Tesla. Tesla's about 15%. But I don't intend to keep 20% of BJT. If this thing does start to rip and do things, I'll fade out of it a little bit and turn some of that over into other cash. There's no point in sitting in 20% for a long time. But how funny. All right, I think I'm caught up on questions. If anybody, looks like a YouTube show. Okay, for those that, let me just check here real quick. All right, yeah. So there's 5 of you. See, what happened was our StreamYard broadcast now gives you 2 options, you guys. And when you log into the Trade Ideas Live channel, you've got 2 lives going at once. And it's easy to just pop in and go, oh, this must be the live. Well, this is for mobile. And so if you're on mobile, this will be much easier configuration. If you're at your desktop, log out of this one. You 5 people, if you're like wondering, why does this look so bad? Log out and come over here and join this landscape perspective. And that'll that just started doing it a week ago, and we got it worked out on our end, but the users are still trying to figure that out. A couple of you have asked me. So I'll click into the desktop version, and you guys are back. Google alongside call options at open, watching the cues and Google 1 minute chart. You're over there playing options and Google on a 1 minute chart, Mike. You're a nut. Nice open though. ABEO, that report earnings last week. Yeah, they squashed it. Reminds me of Rum. Rum had some really nice news, and they said, no, you don't. You're not going anywhere. Rum is also crypto heavy, and it's kind of similar to DJT platform for different types of content, but that's looking better. We got 2 closed candles now on DJT, working on another 15-minute high maybe, giving me a bit of hope. Yeah. Again, ANGX I think is hanging in there. Yep, nice little green candle in ANGX. So yeah, anyway, guys, I'm here for Trade Ideas support. I'll talk about the market, and we can look at charts all you want, which is what I love doing. We can talk about market psychology. But if there's anybody like sitting there waiting for their turn because you need help with a Trade Ideas tool or a scan or something, that's you got priority. So don't be shy. Let's see if Tesla can build above that 5-day. Nope, getting kind of stymied there, but I'm not going to let that bother me. It's healthy. Sector-wise, we've got change from the open, IBB, biotech, healthcare, agriculture, uranium, not really doing a whole lot, but these are just kind of hanging in there. The weak stuff is software, home builders, airlines. So I didn't mean to dismiss ABO when I looked at it earlier. It's actually really holding up here, Michael, on second look. Sometimes when you get a big pro gap like that, it takes a couple days to settle in. But as long as it settles in with some nice semblance, we've got a nice 10-day hold. We got 4 days, including today, of the buyers defending this 10 SMA after some good news. And they call this a pro gap. A pro gap is something that's in a downtrend, then all of a sudden snaps up, and that's your gap right there. And a lot of times, if it really is meant to be, those are gaps that are not meant to be filled. So if we switch over to the intraday, it starts to get more interesting on the intraday, because the 5 days is kind of just like snaking along that 5 day. It popped above, pulled back, but you've got like a double base being built here now at that 5 day. 1, 2, 3, 4 tests. It's actually looking really decent. What I would do is, like, if I was looking for a play, which I'm not because I'm out of money today, I would put an alert or a buy stop if you wanted to, and you just wait for that right there. And then that's kind of your confirmation, I think. And the closer you can buy to the 5 day, like right here, you could buy it, but you're still guessing. I'd want to see a couple more candles taken out above 460, but it's a long day. Anything can happen. All right, back to the NASDAQ, just holding. Got a flat 10 SMA, basically from the midday of Friday, and kind of a flat 5 day SMA. So there's just, if anything, it's kind of quasi bullish because we haven't rolled back over yet. So we'll see. Okay, so let's go back to the ABEO and play with anchored VWAP. The top of the gap, all right, yeah, let's say ABEO. And then we'll zoom in a little bit. Or actually, let's do this. Here's a cleaner way to do those. Go to a time frame of 60 minutes. And then we anchor that candle. And what you see is a big level there at 484, if that's what you're seeing, Mike. On the daily chart, I'll do the daily chart because that's what you said. Click, gap. And so it doesn't really show us a whole lot. Yeah, it's kind of giving that same level. 469. Doesn't matter whether we do it on a 60-minute chart or a 15-minute chart. We get that same level, and it's up there looking like that. So that's your bogey. That's your target. If you can get up to that and then push through it, then you've got a complete change of tune. Speaking of change of tune, keep building on those candles, will you? Yeah, it's all a matter of trying to not get too boxed out with too many lines on a daily chart. The 60-minute chart can give you a really nice fluid, 10-day look using the anchored VWAP. There's just no stop in Tesla here. Yeah? So Tesla's coming into what we call a pinch play with my two averages. Got resistance at the 5 day declining, but we've got support underneath at the 10 day. Eventually the price gets painted in the corner and it'll resolve itself one way or the other. And that is a major decision maker for me and how I trade. I wonder, made UEC drop so much that make money there. You never know why things do what they're going to do. It could be boardroom stuff. If you're talking about the open, have a drop on the open. Yeah, the product is definitely needed, but I am just blown away that SMR and NNE and Oklo can no longer find a bid. I don't know what the deal is other than the fact that those stocks don't make money, and the initial move was based on the hype of NVIDIA and everybody saying, oh my God, we've got to build $1 trillion in CapEx expenditures for data centers, and how are we going to run these things? We need energy, we need nuclear. And so everybody got ahead of themselves and got over the skis. And now it's like we're coming back to reality saying, well, these things are probably still 4 years away from going online and they're not making any money. And so I'm seeing this right here. This is why I use this. That little uptick in red just kind of catches my attention as I look around. And again, this is just measuring highs and lows of small cap stocks. So if I pull up the IWM, it's possible we've got a little red tick, and there's the red tick. How about that? Silver is still pretty strong. So a directionless market. After a big sell-off and a bump back up, just sideways action. Again, like I said, it's kind of quasi-bullish, but that could change. We're still in a headline market. Anything can happen with headlines. Yeah, that's not a stock, is it? No. What are interest rates doing? Gold and some gold starting to get a little bid there. Same with silver. A lot of red over here in my, these are my favorite stocks, I liked. I've traded all these at least once or twice, and sometimes I just got to remind myself what's going on today. Gold miner, ANGX, I'm in that. Nibius, thank God I'm in that. Tesla, thank God I'm in all the right stuff. But it took an hour or so of just having to toil around and cut the stuff that wasn't working to find the stuff that was working. We'll see. All right, bottom of the hour. God, before you know it, we're going to be in the holiday season next week. And it's weird because usually, seasonally, the holiday season was the silly season where the small cap stuff just keeps going. People come home from holiday and they're trading retail accounts, and Robinhood and all the retail darlings continue to just grind up. But it's still a week away. We'll see. But I'm here for another half an hour. If you guys got any questions, tradings, trade ideas, doesn't matter. I'll tell you, I'd really like to be able to go to the close of the day and say, I think I got a good position in Nebius. Infrastructure, as I was just speaking about, infrastructure, AI builders worldwide, cloud platform, large scale GPU clusters. So they're kind of a turnkey one-stop shop for AI hardware and data. I think my P&L has gone between red and green probably 4 or 5 times today. And that's just indicative of this type of action. Green, then my account went red, and then it went red again, and then green, and red. Now I'm seeing a little uptick there on the green line. Small caps, though, they're just really nothing like the SPY and the Qs. They're way below their respective moving averages. Anyway, like I said, I'm out of cash. I'm not looking for any new positions. I'm just kind of nursing the ones I've got into the close. And as long as they all hang on into the close, I shouldn't have to worry. Trade of the week just wouldn't fire, wouldn't dig in. Very similar to that Kodak chart, which is trying to dig in, but Lyft just doesn't want to do that. And I've called Kodak in the past, so I try not to repeat things too much for trade of the week. All right, definitely getting some pullback now. With it just takes a couple of red ticks in the SPYs and the Qs, and if you have multiple positions, you see it. Everything's correlated. Red ticks, bids disappear, things start to pull back. And I always kind of just feel it, coming through these tickers. I see a lot of red in these two tickers here. So whatever you guys want to talk about, I'm here. There's no question out of bounds. Let's look at crypto. What's going on over here? Just can't get out of its own way. That's actually encouraging. Michael, the Bitcoin looks like it wants to kind of roll over, but DJT is not doing that at the moment. Every little push on the daily is squashed. A lot of sell pressure out there right now. Here's something that's fascinating to me, though. You all remember this day back here when the big whale seller came in and pushed everything to lows? Well, XRP, my favorite, got absolutely decimated. It got slammed all the way down to 159 and then back up to 230, which is kind of where we've been. But look at this day. If you, as I go through these charts, look at this day and how the current price relates to it. There's something to be seen here. So there's XRP. There's my favorite. Actually, it held up pretty well. It's gone sideways and it's only gotten back, or so half of the low of the low. All right. Well, here's XLM, my other favorite. Boom. Trending a bit lower, but nowhere near lows of that fateful day. H-bar, I bought some more of this over the weekend. Trending a little bit lower, but nowhere near the lows down here. And then we go to Big Daddy, Bitcoin. Well, what does this tell you? Here's that respective low, and it's just bleeding below. I think money is literally coming out of Bitcoin and coming into my utility coins, XRP, XLM, H-bar. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it based on just a simple relative strength observation. This day, this fateful day, October 10th, Bitcoin is well below where my utility coins are all floating back up here. So this distance between the two, I believe, is slowly money like losing faith in Bitcoin and starting to, in my opinion, I'd rather put money into something that might have utility in the new financial plumbing system globally. So and as a believer in Bitcoin, as a believer in XRP, I'm not really a Bitcoin guy. I'm happy to see that. One more time, XRP, here's the lows. Bitcoin, lows way back up here. Something's changing for the better, in my opinion. We can look at that. Let's see. Does Bitcoin have major support at 90? Yeah, because you've got that for the most part. There's kind of a couple of highs right there, a couple of lower highs right there, but there's a pretty good pivot. Drawing with my left hand. Pretty good pivot in there. All right, you've been watching play. Let's go back and revisit that. I haven't looked at that. Oh, Dave and Buster's, huh? Well, a nasty downtrend. People are just trying to buy groceries. They don't really have money to go out and spend on games, but at some point that'll change. It's kind of conflicting. It's intraday. It's above its happy lines intraday, but it's still being very much stymied. I'd call this the backstop of all shorts. If shorts are going to lean on it, they're going to lean on it one more time at the 20 SMA. If it can break through there, then it's probably a clean shot up to the 50. All right. Hello, Sahar. Yes, let's look at Robinhood. Might have to zoom out a little bit to see if there's a trend here. It's close. I mean, it's really close. It kind of broke its trend, honestly, but that's not a death sentence. I would say the market's getting harder too lately. You guys are probably feeling it. And, when the markets get harder, people start to close their brokerage accounts and may even cancel some trade ideas accounts too. And it's just the ebb and flow of how retail kind of, participates in the market. My only concern is there's a gap down here that could be filled. I don't like the fact it's under all moving averages. That could be a target. I would hate to see it give way to Friday's low. If it gives way to Friday's low, you might be wise in setting a stop in there. Then maybe think about revisiting it down here at this gap area, that gap fill. You might be able to save yourself 10 points and some heartache. Seeing some more red come through, spies and Qs making new 15-minute lows. That's not going to help. So hopefully that helps, Sahar. You just don't want to see it break Friday's lows. But boy, I tell you, there are very few things that just hold on to their bid in this market right now. The selling has just kind of really been relentless. And we're not entering a bear market. As far as I'm concerned, we've been in a bear market. Remember all those fun stocks like IONQ, Regati? Look at these daily charts. Those are broken. Trend lines are broken. Everything's broken. It's like the fear and greed type index stuff, euphoria and then despair, the market cycles of psychology. It's like we're going through that in fast motion here almost. So once we started breaking down a lot of these stocks, like Regati here at like 35 and breaking through their last 50-day moving average, it's just been impossible. And I haven't tried too hard. I look at Cracker Barrel fundies look better than Play, but Cracker Barrel PE is low. Well, I can do the chart. I don't get too involved. Oh my God, look at that. That's just a drubbing of the worst kind. It can't even break its 10 SMA. When it does break its 10 SMA, the 20 is right behind it to hammer it again, just like it did this day right there. So, boy, that looks ugly technically. It's probably diverging down here. The RSI is probably, if we look at the RSI, it's probably a higher low, which is a good start. Let's see. Yep, how did I know that? at some point, these downtrends, they run out of steam. Lower low, higher low. And so what we call this is bullish divergence. And so it can be the beginning of maybe an idea or a concept, but you don't want to just jump in because of that. You want to wait for confirmation. Well, confirmation might be first a break of this 10 SMA, maybe you buy a third, and then you have to anticipate more selling here at the 5 SMA. If it breaks through that, then maybe you buy another third. And that's how I would do something like that. But I know it sounds funny from me sitting in here talking about DJT, but I've got my own reasons and my own theories. And I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. But we all kind of see what we all see. And we have to have our own time frame too. And my time frame is to not sell this thing today. Yeah, higher time frame. So you're definitely you're in the fundamental zone where technicals just can't make sense of it. Like I'm having conversations with Grok about DJT's book value. You could be doing the same thing for sure. I didn't dip into the fundamentals, but only you would know what makes you comfortable. Those are the type of charts where if your time frame is a year down the horizon, like I'm trying to do in DJT and Tesla, who knows how long that'll last. I could be laughing about it on Thursday when I see you guys again. But yeah, this is the time to try and find a reason fundamentally what other people aren't seeing. And if you truly believe they can turn that company around after messing it up, then yeah, there's a lot of potential there. Again, it's Warren Buffett territory. Yeah. Sideways. Every time they try to break the little 10 SMA, they pop back up here in the last hour. Cracker Barrel's got EPS. They got cash. Low cash today. First glance, maybe it's the kind of thing you buy for your kid. Put it in their little trust fund. My daughter kind of gave me that access to her little, she's in her 20s, but she doesn't trust herself as much as me. So I'll throw some stuff in her account. And DJT and Tesla are in her account. Oh yeah, the whole insiders too. Companies bought much higher. Yeah, that's always a good thing to look at. It's probably one of the best fundamentals that are out there, is quietly watching what the insiders are doing. And pray you get some congressional people to start buying it before some legislation comes. Cleveland Cliffs. I haven't been looking at steel lately. What's steel doing lately? X, of course, they're gone. I'm sorry, I forgot about them. STLD, kind of a specialty steel company, looks pretty decent. Nucor, more of a iron ore, looks pretty decent. You might be onto something here. Yeah, they look like they're trying to do something. I just used to use X as my ETF for steel, but I don't know if they have a steel ETF. Let's see, STEL. I don't really see oh, there it is, SLX. I knew there was one. Of course, X, that's what it was. So it's trending nicely. I'm bullish on the steel sector, I think. Like I said, Steel Dynamics is more specialty. Break above 160. I'm going to actually put an alert there. A break above 160 would be interesting. You kind of see that little cup and handle shaping up. These are the kind of stocks I like to keep an eye on. Sideways action, where there's a definitive line that if that line is breached, the uptrend should continue. Nope. Still getting a little droopy in the indexes here. I'm only 50% invested, and I don't know if I'm going to be looking for a whole lot of new stuff until the market shows itself, and I can see how the ones that I'm hanging on to here show themselves. Like ANGX needs to hold up. Tesla needs to get back above that 5-day, and it broke. So for the moment, Tesla lost the pinch play. Hang on one second. All right. Big spike here in the small cap highs and lows. So seeing some pullback in some things. Sometimes you just got what looks bullish. Steel dynamics. I'm sorry, steel. The SLX sector looks bullish to me. How it's trending like that, sitting above its moving averages. STLD was the one I just marked up. They are a specialty. They're not. They do more specialty stuff. Recycling, fabrication operations. I don't pretend to know what I'm talking about, but Nucor is more like iron ore. But Cleveland Cliffs was what I was originally asked about, and this one broke its trend, but it's trying to come back, which I like. I mean, there was a big fake out up here. Everybody that sold up and bought up here at 16 has probably already coughed up their shares. It's bounced off the 200. You probably have some good value. It's just a matter of how good of a price can you get between this and this. Is it going to pull back into like 11, break 11, maybe a bid right there if you really wanted it? But I find that when I see something I like and is all this green, if I go, oh, I want this, if I would just wait and realize that there's a reversion to the 5-day moving average more often than you realize, just pop an alert in there, pop a bid in, and you can get a better price sometimes. Like I would say if somebody wanted Cliff, they could get it at 11. There we go. Maybe changing your tune over there, DJT. Okay. Hey, guys, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. If you have any questions, throw it in, and I'll get to it when I sit back down. I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. REAL. Hello, Avidish. Not bad. I love the 3 days of pullback after a nice gap off of earnings, I assume. Real. What do they do? Online marketplace, luxury goods, huh? Never heard of this one, but not bad. Look at intraday, how it bounced off the rising 5-day. And it was like, if you look at it, it's like, oh, why is it bouncing in this imaginary area here? There's no moving average to support it. Well, it's right here. It's on the intraday. My 5-day is supporting it, but we have to go to the intraday to see that. There we go. Look at that. That's not bad. That's really interesting. Abhishek. You got to love it too. The big gap after earnings. 3 days of red on pullback is just, it's just, I don't know, like 2 days is not enough. 4 days is almost too much. Sometimes 3 days of red pullback coming into the current day. Sometimes that's just, I don't know. I've noticed things like that. It's staying real tight to the rising 5-day. It's a pretty interesting risk reward entry. You know, it depends on what your time frame is and what you're looking for. Your out would be pretty much easily defined under here, under 1395. Well, Tesla's, again, guys, this is why I use this 5-day moving average. It's no surprise to me that sellers jumped in there. But these two big green pushes, sometimes you have to pull back, feed the troops, give them a warm meal, shower, and a firm grip on the battering ram, and you send it back up again, and you see what happens. Yeah, silver and gold are not doing a whole lot today. You're welcome. Yep, you're welcome. There's just, I don't know. It's just a pattern I've noticed, Michael, after all these years, that it seems like 3 days of selling is the minimum. I'm not saying 4 doesn't work, but 3 is ideal. I don't know why, but after a big move higher and a solid big day, a little follow through the following day, and then day 1 of red consolidation pullback, day 2 of pullback, day 3 a bit more shallow, even better, and then line it up to the intraday, and it makes all the sense in the world why it's trying to bounce right there. But I tell you, I have to kick myself sometimes. I'll look at it and I'm like, oh man, I really want this thing, and I get impatient. It's pulling back, but Steve, it's only done 2 red days. I go, well, and then that always gets me into trouble. I'd rather wait for that 3rd day. It's just one of my weird observations that I've noticed after all these years of watching price action and moving averages. Market can't hold a bid here. It's just kind of going back to the low end of its range. Matter of fact, it's a perfect doji in SPY. We're trading right now exactly where we just opened up. A bit stronger for the NASDAQ, but just a perfect recipe. My thoughts on CD, I was in earlier and I sold it. It's one of the things I bought this morning that I didn't like. I couldn't hold it. I was eyeballing it here, and then I was mad that it started to go, so I bought it here. And then I was mad it didn't follow through. Couldn't even come and test the 5-day. As it rolled back over, I said, put a stop in right under there, and I quickly got stopped out on that candle right there, and I'm not even missing it because the things that I attempted to do this morning on the open were short-lived. You know, I threw a few things against the wall, and only 2 of them stuck, which was Nibius so far, still hanging in there, and Kodak. Those are the only 2 new positions I've taken. And 1 green, 2, 3, at least 3 red days right there. And we were right at the moving average. So I felt kind of comfortable buying into any weakness on this today. I'm flat. I'm down a few cents. I think my price is like $7.20. Yeah, $7.20. No harm, no foul there. Still up in this Nebius, but I'll cut it if it goes back to flat. But honestly, the market's going to probably have to fall out of bed for it to do that. Again, I don't mind Tesla smacking into the upside ceiling of the 5-day. Just give me a shallow pullback and then push back through, please, by the end of the day. Oh, let's see. Oh, we got a couple more minutes to the top of the hour. So if anybody was sitting on a question or something, now's the time. But it has been very hard the last few weeks for me. Just pulling teeth to get things to follow through.
Steve.
Yes.
Can you go for maybe another minute or so?
Yeah.
I know. Okay.
Yeah.
Just
Go for it.
have to do something with my dog. Okay.
No problem.
Okay. Thanks.
Before she explodes, let her out. Oh man, the quants have just been so disappointing. I gave up on them a couple weeks ago. QEBT, downtrend, dead cat bounce right into the declining 10 SMA. It's just nothing to like here. It's given up all its 200-day. Anything is kind of a relief rally at this point. However, if it can hold this critical line right here, right now, and build on this 5-day moving average, there might be something there. But I've literally lost confidence in the quant stocks. I can't do it anymore. They've all disappointed. Rigotti just rolling over to lows. ARQQ was one I had tried before. Rolling back. These things just can't find a bid. They're literally the broken side of the mountain. It was so much fun trading them on the upside, but now they're just broken. And it's too hard. So until they find a bid, you're guessing. And I'm tired of guessing on these things. Yeah, I did not buy WU. I bought Kodak. Western Union. No, hell, shit. My XRP is a direct threat to Western Union. I am long and strong XRP. I want nothing to do with Western Union. This is going to be taking over global payments, digital currency from US dollars into the old system was the Nostra Bostra system, where banks had to hold literal physical reserves of different types of currency in order to receive currency, then credit your account and settle your account. XRP is going to be part of the new digital system, I think, that's coming, and that'll happen in about 5 seconds and cost virtually nothing. So SWIFT and Western Union, I'm not bullish on those. But the other one you asked about, Kodak, I am, because they finally kind of gave the people what they wanted to hear on this earnings release back in terms of how they're structuring their research and capital expenditures and where they are on their retirement portfolio and what they still owe for retirements and retirees. They're kind of redefining themselves, and I think that euphoria that it got was the market hearing what they wanted Kodak to say. So I'm using this pullback here as my turn. I was patient as I could be, forced myself to not even think about chasing those 2 green bars. now it feels like the highs back here are a pivot point. So around the 720, 715, I'm going to take a shot. And that's my reasoning for that. Market.
All right, Steve, I'm back. I am
All
back.
right.
Yeah, thank you. My little dog had to go outside desperately.
Yes, I figured.
They're so smart. You know, she
That's
let me
usually the
know.
case.
You know.
Yeah.
Anyway.
All
Okay,
right.
Steve. So
See you
I guess
Thursday.
Chris will probably do tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Chris will be here tomorrow, and I'll be there Thursday.
Okay, cool. Okay, thanks a lot.
Bye.
You guys take over again. Oops. Okay, guys, I'm now back in both rooms. Just give me one moment as I get some music going. Well, I guess in fact, HPE. Yeah, so this was at one point a gap down and reverse, but now this is a gap down and go. Yeah, gap down and go. You know, guys, PACS is still hanging in there. Now, it's not going to surprise me then if it has a late day run. You know, I would have thought by now maybe it would have given it up, but you can see what happened. You can see, yes, we get a little orange wave there right into the VWAP, but it's, you know, the VWAP held it so far. I'm going to, I still have a price alert set around. I'm going to put it a little closer now, maybe 16.15, just to see if it gets back over 16 and maybe get some volume coming in and have that late day run. And yeah, so we had the up, we had the down, we had the up, and now we've got the down in the market. So well, it should be really simple. If you click on tools, okay. Okay. So first of all, can you hear me? I'm talking to Gokan in our. Sorry if I've. Okay. So you click on tools from the toolbar. Okay. Click on external linking. I'm going to do it relatively slowly. Okay. Now I'm already linked. I'm already linked with Interactive Brokers. So what you would do is you just click on add a link. When you do that, this little box pops up. Now just follow the instructions. So what you do, here's my pointer. I'm going to put it right in the order entry. I'm going to put my pointer right in the order entry in Interactive Brokers, my order entry, and then hold down the shift key to select the window. Okay. When you do that, it will say that you have a link established. The only other thing you have to do though is you go to edit the link and then you go to the rule. This rule is a drop down and you pick Interactive Brokers Live. And that's it. Now you are connected so that when you click on a symbol, it should load. Let me know if that worked. Let me know if I went too fast. I can always do it again. I think the key thing was editing the link. Okay, edit the link, and you have to pick the rule Interactive Brokers Live. And then then you can click on a symbol and it'll load into your order entry. And it's very, very stable. I've been using it for, well, since we had the linking with Interactive Brokers. So it's almost 10 years now. 2016 is when we really established the strong link with Interactive Brokers. Now, you can't be using Whatever their latest platform is, okay, you cannot be using that one, unfortunately. You know how that when you load IB in the morning, it says, "Have you tried their the latest?" I don't even know what they call it. They're both downloadable applications, but desktop, the new IB desktop or whatever they call it, you can't be using that one. It has to be the one before that. For some reason, I know we're going to have to work on trying to get a link established with that one because who knows? Maybe one day they'll just say, you know what, we're not going to support the old version anymore because we cannot link to that new that their whatever they call that thing, the download, the new IB download version. Let me know if it worked. Okay. Yeah, this listen, guys. I mean, this SGBX. I mean, it could do it. It could do it later. You know, I mean, it's got some room still. It's still kind of hanging around the $3 level, underneath the VWAP though, but it's still hanging around the VWAP level. Ah, good. It works. Okay, excellent. Yeah, it's just a big time saver. No question about. I mean, I don't know how many symbols you click on all day long, but I certainly click on a lot, and just a real time saver not to have to type them in. Whew. Okay, guys. Well, it's 1:08. I guess I'll go over my homepage one last time today. And okay, guys. So there's my homepage link. Click on it, and you will see a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right at the very top. Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter which version you choose, either standard or premium. Okay. And all I ask, please use my code at any point in time that you're going to take out a subscription. You know, if it's tomorrow, next week, next month, really helps to keep the rooms free because the company tracks the use of the promo codes. They see my code being used often enough, they'll keep the rooms free. Scroll down, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. Now, Steve was in our YouTube room in between 12 and 1 when I was on my break, and he's the originator. And yeah, Lyft did not trigger. So it is the trade of the week, but you know, it did not trigger. Triggering meaning there is a suggestion as to when you should take the trade if you're going to do it. And that would have been over Friday's high. And as you can see today, it never got over Friday's high. So as we speak, it is a non-event. So if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you do, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section, click on the more info, and scroll down a little bit. Getting started with Trade Ideas. That's the first thing you must do. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, all you have to do is start off with that second video and go to the end. That should give you an idea as to whether or not this is something you might want to try, at least for a month. Okay. Back to basics. If you're relatively new to trading, this is for you. Back to basics, 15 videos, and it's all free. Last, if you're looking for my scans, some of the things that you see here, and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down, and here they are. Okay. Or you can ask me questions about them. All right, guys. So I'll probably be taking off at around 2 o'clock. So about 45 minutes from now, unless there are questions, we'll always stay later if there are questions. William says he's going to keep the room open until 3:30 today. And Obi, it'll be on you coming Wednesday. William is going to be off for about a week anyway. So if you want to keep the room open after I leave starting Wednesday, you're more than welcome to do that. You don't have to, of course. Was it next? Is next week your guys' Thanksgiving? Is that when it is? Yeah. No, you don't have to, Obi. Absolutely, do not have to. What are we now? The 17th. So next week. Yeah. So next week. So I guess next week is your guys' Thanksgiving, 27th and 28th. Okay. Well, we can see looking at this SSP, at least it's holding four. It's had a pullback from 430, holding four. Nice is a stupid move. Okay. NICE. Wow. Yeah, down a lot. Not an earnings play. This has been a wow from 134 down to 122. That is a. Did you? I know you took it and you're still in it, right? Wow, that is a big move down. Look at that nice consolidation. So I don't know if this is some news today. This person was appointed the COO. Oh my. Oh wow. I was gonna say, is this in the 30s? How about the 50s? High today, 59. I think I'm not, it might have even been higher in the pre-market. Yeah, I got up to about 60 or even higher. Here we go. This was your high in the pre-market, 120, if you can believe it. This is for the WSHEP. When I saw it, I thought it was going to be worship something, but well, shopping. I guess that's a bit of a religion. So where could it open? So halted at 5309. Not a huge clue as to where it's going to open. William, you mentioned something about Lennar, LAN. I see Beezer is down also. BZH. You mentioned something about Lennar and a shakeup, maybe. Well, I don't know. Les actions à suivre lundi. Then we got some German, probably. That is so weird that we're getting multilingual headlines in Interactive Brokers. One of their two co-CEO CEOs is retiring. Okay, maybe it was the wrong one. The market wanted the other one to retire. Whoa! Look at this MVO. MVO all time, basically an all time low right now. MVO all time low. Not a lot of volume. Okay, opened. WSHP opened, and it opened, well, basically where it got halted. So no big pop. All right, guys. Well, I don't see. I'm just again looking at some of my thumbnail charts. I see the SGBX is still hanging under 3. PAX is starting to curl a little bit, getting closer and closer to 16. See how it's kind of curling a little bit? Boy, you get some volume coming in, it could have a late day run. The high today was up here at 1683 or so. But if it takes out 16 and some volume, we could have a late day run. Spread is fine right now anyway, 1592, 1594. Well, listen, guys, I don't see any questions, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll get back on the mic. I will hang around till 2 or later, but I don't see any questions, so I'm just going to put myself on mute. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions that have come in over the last 20 minutes, so I think I'm just going to take off now. Thanks for all the help, as always. The room will open, the main room will open at 6:45 tomorrow morning. William says he's going to keep the main room open till about 3:30 today. So there's that. Those of you in YouTube, I do have to shut you down. So I'm going to end the stream now.